and welcome to another Ace Attorney stream. We are currently on episode 3, Turnabout Academy of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. And today we are going to prove Juniper innocent. So let's get to it. Sorry, boss, I couldn't do it. You know, that little bit of advice you gave me. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that. But now that, uh, but now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? Not gonna happen. Junie. She asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I'd... But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kinda pale. I can't just stand around here. I'm going to finish the investigation. Can't it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic panties. Thanks, but I'd better be going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center first, right away. No, wait, I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'd better go too. No problem. You two be careful. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where we go from here? Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, Prof Means, what brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena. I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. She was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. Athena, don't worry. I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that. Athena, I've been thinking of asking Prof Means to defend me. Huh? I myself only just heard of this a moment ago. Oh, so she thinks Prof Means would be incapable of such a feat. But how can you possibly prove that all three of them are innocent? I am a result-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. For the end really does justify the means, especially for me. Prof. Aristotle Means. I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe that my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo! But we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Prof Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? Yes, of course. I am your lawyer after all. There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? Because it's a creepy-ass smile. About your confession, Junie, it's not true, is it? You just said what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you are convicted of a crime? No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? Also, it doesn't really matter if she graduates or not anymore because she wants to be an artist. She doesn't want to be a lawyer anymore. There's more here than meets the eye. Or not a lawyer, a prosecutor. She was in the prosecutor course, right? When did you three become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this were as simple as that. Heh, we even have a proof of our friendship. Yeah, as strong as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. But the situation kinda changed recently, when the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results. Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Prof. Courtier, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students. Is there some way that he could be the murderer? Because that would clear all their names. I feel like that's the best outcome here. At some point, we stopped talking about it. While that meant fewer arguments, it also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6 p.m. Was that a lie? I'm sorry, I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 p.m. and headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. If that really were it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture at around 6, which was before I'd left the art room. But the clock here says it's just after 7. By 7, I'd already been working in my dressing room for some time. So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. Okay, so either the clock's wrong or the picture's faked evidence. I guess we'd better go check the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. Why didn't we check the art room earlier? That's the biggest question I have. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30? 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after when the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work, they were finally finished. Oh right, the statues that Robin made. So they were covered in the white sheets. Junie, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Prof means I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case. But it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off. Hold it! Junie, and Prof means I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this isn't another one of your crazy... By sundown today. Yes? I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice. Wait a second, don't drag my name into... We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. What? And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what the truth is. I see. So it has come to this, has it? If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that's okay with you too, Prof means. I have no objections as long as Juniper is satisfied with this arrangement. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Athena, but thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me. But you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this. Very well. I will see you back here at sundown. Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just, she's new to the agency, so... Don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling now. Let us meet here again later. If you'll excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, we'll see you later. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? This is no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Okay. Let's start on... Let's start on the stage. I see you right Is it my imagination or did something just move? Seriously? We're not playing Metal Gear Solid now. Afternoon, you two. Prosecutor Gavin? What are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking into campus like this is just slightly suspicious? I'll have you know I'm counting my investigation in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial, and that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress. But you needn't have asked for a Len. I'd intended to help from the start. You're the best for Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeve to make the concert really rock. Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banners, things like that. It would have looked like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. What's that design on the banner there in the back? I know the scales are the school emblem. But what's with the number 6? It looks like it's in serious pain or something. Athena? Ixnay on the say? That's the Gavineers logo for Ellen. Oh, and nice pig Latin, her forehead, real smooth. Oh, I meant, it looks like the number 6 rocking seriously hard. Named Frlen. It's a G for Gavineers, not a 6, but whatever floats your pretty boat. So, where is the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. Misplaced it, you say? It's a pity. We had it specifically made from heavyweight, high-grade cloth. A missed banner and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to be solved, ja? Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was a Prosecutor Gavin. As you can see here in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me. And right here, her Wright's statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you, her forehead. What did I ever do to you? Actually, this statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try and put them back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star. Aching! That's one uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere. Yay, let's do this. Whatever. What's the fuck is Latin or whatever they're talking? Or German. Is this an investigation or am I interrupting a German language club social event? Yeah, can we keep the German on to minimum here? The other statue Robin made, it's been smashed to bits. If there are some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see are itty-bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think. If he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together, but left his like this? Oh, I was definitely supposed to look at Prosecutor Gavin's first. We could always come back, to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Okay, here. Let me go around to Prosecutor Gavin's statue and actually fix it. Found one. A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris? It looks like... Oh, whoops. I accidentally put autoplay on, I think. Okay. History. Here we go. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris? It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. Okay. It's a copy of the school paper. Okay. It's more important than you think. What was that? I thought I heard something just now. You're just hearing things. It was nothing more than your ears playing tricks on you. Uh-huh. There we go. Oh no, Prosecutor Gavin, you're a complete wreck, literally. Why in the world would someone do something like this? I don't know, but whoever did it must have felt an amazing sense of release. Can I take that as a confession, her forehead? What? No! I feel bad for Robin. She worked so hard on these. Let's pick up the pieces for her. You got it. Let's check every corner of this stage, then, Ja. Okay. Well, there's one over here. Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be more. Let's leave no stone unturned. I don't know. This is fine for a rock concert, but the nighttime sky as a backdrop for a courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under a starry sky, don't you think it's romantic for a Lem? And then the waning crescent moon waning, not warning, represents the maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. If it starts raining, my hair will get ruined. Okay. Oh, there's another piece. Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Okay. What did this? Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Okay. Let's check out this box, shall we? Wow, they built a witness stand too, even though it's just a temporary stage. Oh, but I think they're still working on it. Let's see what this notice says. Caution. Pedestal features a high-speed rotation mode. Activate with care. You mean this thing spins? There we go. I should be able to actually get to the box now. Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off. I knew it. I'd know that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us, huh? Alright, I guess we'll continue to ignore it for now. I don't see any more pieces. Oh! Okay, I can get up here. This looks like another piece of the statue. Why are they so far spread? Like, I understand the ones down there, if something crashed into it, but why is there one up here? Thanks, Apollo. This makes 5 pieces in all. I think we have all we're going to find. Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to reword that. Alright, let's try and fix him. Well, I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Yeah, let's see if we can put the statue back together. Alright, Apollo, you come over here and Prosecutor Gavin. If you could hold this. We did it! Not bad if I do say so myself. Yeah, but don't you think it's strange? We put the statue back together, but look. What's with all these leftover white pieces? Yeah, I kind of thought that was strange. It's like, shouldn't we just be picking up purple pieces for him? Like, I would understand if they were maybe blue and went with Phoenix Wright statue instead, but I guess not. These look like they go together. And this one too. Athena? What do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. What the? Oh, I think that's the statue that was in the art room. It was taken a picture of, but it was like put together, back together, really odd. So, what is this? Ah, it's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in another. That's quite the feat you pulled off there, Ferlin. Phew, I love that feeling you get after you work really hard on something. No, 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 I knew who it was. I meant to ask what it's doing here. Not sure there's no statue like this in the stage plans. Still, I could have sworn I'd seen this statue somewhere before. Yeah, in the art room. It's right in the picture. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching the stage for clues. We've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole on the edge of the stage? You mean this? It has a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. Oh. Well, I think I know what happened. That would... Well... It would almost make sense. This wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Bingo, Ferlin. It's still crawling with cops, though. Hey! Anyone in the art room? Oh, it's you people. Ha ha ha. In justice we trust. Ah, it's Detective Fulbright. In justice we trust. Is that some kind of greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from there? Of course. Just leave it to me. How's that? Huff, puff, phew. Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust. Ha ha ha. Always glad to help. In justice we trust. So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? It's all tied up. Yeah, I can see how... Oops. I can see how this would have worked, but I also still don't understand why a piece of Gavin's statue ended up near the top. I guess if it broke, it could just explode in many directions. Okay, sure. Well, looks like the banner's down now. Let's go take a look. It's almost like the body was hidden in the banner. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Look at this. The bottom part is all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. Yeah, that looks like blood there. Geez, do you really have to? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Athena, there are some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Hey, a scrap of paper was caught up inside. It's blowing away. I got it. Yes, great catch, huh? Looks like it's from the planner. Planner, journal, whatever you want to call it. Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? October Hue 120. What's that supposed to mean? I'm sure it would make sense if we could find the rest of the page. A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even Hugh can get a beyond perfect. Frelin, shall we inspect the banner again, now that it has been unraveled? Discovered on stage, it appears to be a piece of paper torn from a notebook. The name Hugh is written on it. Okay. Just want to look at this. Yeah, that's definitely the statue, just put together wrong. Okay. Let's look at the banner more. This is the emblem that's on Junie's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look. There's a dark red stain here, just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right? And the art room is where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? The stain might be from the victim's blood. Mm-hmm. A large banner that was hung by a wire between the stage and the art room. A trace amount of blood was found on it. Alright. I guess we can't ask her questions. Come on. The winner of the mock trial was to take the training seminar right here. You mean Hugh or Robin? Yeah, besides Junie, they're the only ones who could have moved freely around the campus. Before the mock trial, that means one of them must be the killer. But that's not really enough to go on, is it? We need to talk with Juniper one more time and persuade her to give us a name. Right, and that means we have to find irrefutable evidence before the day ends. There's no time to lose, but we can't rush it either. Efficiency is key. Efficiency is very important. It's a bit too far away to get a good look. Maybe we should try a different angle. There's even a prosecutor's bench here on the stage. Ah, the memories, Frelin. as a former rocker, star, and a prosecutor. The prosecutor's bench has taught me much about human emotions, passion, and fight. I can picture it now. You with your silvery singing voice and Apollo sweating bullets. Hey, how about picture me winning once in a while? Hey, look what I made. Not bad, huh? You're like a recording artist who samples other people's work and calls it their own. Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. In any case, we have a statue smasher in addition to a killer to catch now. Nyen, I suspect they might be one and the same. One and the same. This statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Wright. The goddess bears scales and a sword. She's a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rule of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Whoa, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fight for when we find our culprit. Phew, that was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that See that metal fence back there? There's just that one segment. So it seems out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up. But they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. Alright. This track looks handmade. Hey, you're right, and it looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there? Well, that was totally random, but we'll never know until we take a look. Looks like something is being dragged through here, and this is where it started. Yeah, but whatever it is long gone. Must be pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival? Then I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. Interesting. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right. I think we'd better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while, but make sure to tell me once you find it, ja? Find what? What else? The Gavineer's banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know. It just might be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. So, in short, that's... Hey. You gonna confront us yet? There we go. That box. It just took off running. Oh. Whatever. Who cares about her, really? I have a pretty good idea who that was, as I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area is over in that direction, after that box. After the box. I guess we do care. I, for one, am kind of tired of people not noticing a box. Miriam, you're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. Crime cleaner. Wipe the past clean with crime cleaner. get sparkling clean with brute force. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I've worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you have a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? Failures at yeah. Ah! Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. Nah. You know, I kinda like the Panda ink box better, personally. Scold me, despise me, pack me away where I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside to waste away into a big pile of mushy paper mache. I kind of feel responsible for this, but now it's our chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking. What kind of person do you think I am? He read me like a book. Uh-huh. That was you on stage earlier, wasn't it? Why'd you run off like that? Take a look at this. Why are you showing me a burnt up old rag? Wait, it's really hard to see, but I think that's the Gavineers logo there. So, is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burnt up. Don't look at me, I just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Black Quill actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try to find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to her case, Apollo. Burnt fragments added to the court record. The burnt remnants of the Gavineers banner that was tossed in the incinerator and later found by Miriam. Miriam, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. The last step is to erase all of the photos on my PC. I'm really going to do it. Here it goes. 5%, 10%, 4 years of my life down the drain. Shouldn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it? Oh. No! My photos! Stop! Cancel! Abort! Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts. Oh, Athena? That was cringeworthy. Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took some amazing photos of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciated it. Obviously, I'm the 8th member of the newspaper club. The only member, in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. Themis Herald and Themis Herald Extra returned to Miriam. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, Hugh, and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just they were so close, ever since their freshman year. So, well... Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Wait a second. You're not thinking what I think you're thinking. That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want in on their little trio. Or trio. Kak, kak, kak. Kak, 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 kak. How could you possibly know that? You know, she's kinda cute. She really should get rid of the box. That's one abused laptop. Kak, kak, kak. My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. Now I feel really bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, you have a laptop at your office. We'd be happy to lend it to you. Huh? You have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, and Robin if you can hang out with them. What? Like I could ever do that. Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like good cop, bad cop all rolled into one. Kak, 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 kak. Fine, I'll do it. If that's what all you want. Yay! I'll be by later to bring you the laptop. Wait. It's not like I owe you anything, but here. Thanks? Oh, it's a set of pictures. Looks like they're setting up the stage. Yeah, I took them when they were putting the stage's backdrop into place. I see. Wow, you sure have an eye for photography, from what I can make out anyway. These are the last two photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. Stage setup photos added to the court record. Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady. That was really impressive, Athena. What's next? Well, I'd like to talk to Hugh or Robin, if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find them. Alright. Let's leave the art room for last. Let's check the hallway. Hey, that's Hugh over there. Hugh, we wanted a word with you, if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure, but you two? Meh. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're a possible suspect, plus you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So, what do you want from me? But make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. You know, you would think they would keep their suspects locked up until the court case is over. Why did you confess? About your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. Gulp. So you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or, as we say around here, the end justifies the means. But I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Juniper's confession was quite ad advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin and I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning, or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Hmm. Could Hugh and Robin's confessions really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is gonna take some serious thinking on my part. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I've no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold it! I am not through with you yet. Heh, it seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we just might discuss you know what. Ack! No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it. What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. Yeah, what's you know what? Huh, mister? You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you think I'd open up to you? So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Then again, we had the same problem with Junie and Robin. Heh, you're just wasting your time and mine. Next question. About that meeting with Prof. Courtier in the 23rd, on the 23rd. Why did she want to see you? I've no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Prof means strikes again. Then again, Hugh is in the lawyer course. But didn't Prof Courtier used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth? How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong. I don't care what anyone says, I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Prof. Courtier's memory. I see, very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. Hugh. But, hehehe. Don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually. Oh, there we go. The truth comes out. They aren't even friends. Not anymore. I'm sure all three of them aren't even friends anymore. Were? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secret, she has a side you've never seen. Actually, considering they were kind of obsessing over her before she got taken away and put up on trial, yeah, maybe the no friends thing is a recent thing. But then she's been hearing the discord in their voice the whole time, so they probably were never friends in the first place. Or not since we've been around them anyway. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? This conversation is over. I think I don't have a lot of time, and I mean it. Or I said I don't have a lot of time, and I mean it. Okay. Hugh, wait. He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore. Why would he say that? That didn't go well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. All right. We don't really have much time left anyway. Oh, so we're just gonna go to the art room. I was gonna check the um what is it, the mock trial room again and see if Robin was there. By the way, this place is a mess. Ha ha ha. Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again. Thanks again for lowering that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right. So, this art room is where the murder actually happened? That's right. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out. Alright. I want to look at this first. It kind of looks like there's a prosecutor's badge on top of the statue. Oh, I didn't press the envelope. Whoops. But it's not if you look really close. Another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh, look, it has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Heh, real creative. Art. Either it's too abstract to understand, or it's subtle as a sledgehammer. Yeah, that sounds about right. A mock trial script on the floor, and nearby an envelope marked Use. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever actually inside that envelope. Let's see here, by Miriam Scuttlebutt, and the title is Rogue et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begged me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring it up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence, it also says. Welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have to be used. But the scripts were selected by Prof. Courtier, considering how much she valued the truth. I seriously doubt she would pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Wow, you have that title memorized already. Okay. Look, a piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last long. Not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. Yeah, it seems like such a waste. I mean, this one really has some color on it. It looks just like bloodstains in the way the glaze is dripped onto it. Just like bloodstains? And just as we trust, that does look like bloodstains. We'd better examine it at once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room, where the big bloodstain is. And then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces? That means the body very well could have dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then the ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below the room, and the storeroom there has mat and ball cart. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script. The killer sure had a thing for Junie's script. Well, what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. Alright. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, It has the artist's name right here. C. Courtier. Wow, Prof. Courtier must have painted this. So, is this what they consider art? I really don't get it. I swear I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her, and those pity-inducing eyes. Who is this again? Her name's on the tip of my tongue. Your friend Juniper? 3 busts sit on the shelf. A judge, a defendant, and either a lawyer or prosecutor. The bearded one must be the judge, and the bummed-out one, the defendant. Look, there's another one that's fallen onto the floor. I wonder which one fell, the lawyer or the prosecutor. Think, Apollo, think. This could tell us how tomorrow's trial will go. I'll just wait for tomorrow's horoscopes, thanks. Okay. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. Let's see. Looks like everyone from the judge course submitted one. The victim, Constance Courtier, was the Fine Arts Club advisor, so she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I'd keep a bunch of scripts, but I'd wager that's how they wound up here. Poor stressed out overwork Prof. Courtier. I know exactly how that feels. You must, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. Tisk, you're one to talk, Apollo. Me? What about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. Is this Juniper? The clothes are different, but... Oh look, there's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Prof. Courtier's artistry. Must keep practicing, Robin. Huh. I think this is plenty good itself. I wonder what it would have looked like if Prof. Courtier had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been real artistic looking. Well, it's right there. That being said, I do kind of like this one better. I can see the other half of the building over there, and the quad and stage below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Oh yeah, thanks for your help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Great, then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow? Alright, let me think. Well? Oh! Hey, I'm not falling for that. So close I could almost taste it. Some wire and a winch. So this is how they reel the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. Hey! It's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? You're right. Wonder where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this. Or maybe it's literally on stage and we already saw it. Hey, look. That's you on the mobile, Apollo. A red demon. A red demon? Looks more like a snake curled around the brush to me. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Not gonna lie, I kinda thought it was an elephant. No. See the antenna and the yellow spots on its back? Anyone can see that's a ladybug. Definitely not a ladybug. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. Fine, we can investigate this further at a later date. Agreed? Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Athena? I really regret bringing this up. Okay. Oh, the clock. This is the clock that created that major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I've checked it, and it's 100% accurate. You sure? How'd you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped? It has? This is unacceptable. We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by a whole hour. Well, detective? Uh, ah. But... This clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Yep. 6 instead of 7. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Wait just a minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now? Sure? But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I might just have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there is a moon outside this window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one. Something like out of a picture book. But if you look at that window in the back of the wench attached to it, you'll see that the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building. Wait, was the background outside? Kinda looks like it. Oof. Then what's the moon doing here? I wonder. There we go. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. Isn't that the same as the one painted on the stage backdrop? The proof's right there. Detective, this shows it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken. Okay, something to do with the backdrop. Aha! It was right in front of the window. I know what this moon really is. And if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where the moon in the photo came from, and the truth of Junie's testimony. What? Where? Where does it show that? If you look right here, it will all become crystal clear. They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's the big board hanging there. The size matches too. But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail. It is, but I believe what we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right, and at around 6 p.m. when this was taken, 6:01 p.m., perfect, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean the front? The front is against the wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how I said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a look. Take a good look. Are you suggesting the moon is one on the backdrop? Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. So, the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. Ow, how can I ever face Prosecutor Blackwell now? Yes, I just blew a hole in a piece of the prosecution's evidence. Alright, guess that about wraps up all the important stuff. We're pretty much finished searching around here, but just one more look. I was just wanting to look here. Hey, this area with the rope around it. That's where where we detected a large blood stain. In short, the victim was stabbed here or somewhere close by. The fact that there's no visible blood means it was wiped up with something, right? Right, but we were able to detect trace amounts of it. Merely wiping it up does not remove all evidence of wrongdoing, and that, in a nutshell, is justice, right? I'd appreciate it if you let me have the cool lines. Okay, well, I think that is it then. We didn't talk to him. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha, good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. He sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside the art room, there have been a major breakthrough. Oh dear. Unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow. You saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? Okay, what's the breakthrough? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really? Come on, just tell us already. Aw, you're no fun. Anywho, we've got the results of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? You mean for this tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. I thought it was too hard to analyze. And you thought the voice on the tape was saying, Hugh O'Connor. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. He's the last person I want laughing at me. So, now there's an evidence of Juniper shouting you're a goner around the time of death. If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place. Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust. It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one considering the suspect's actions today. I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans. Oh? Does he now? Detective Fulbright, try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was just here a moment ago. And she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. That's exactly where I was planning to go next, anyway. Well, I was planning to go there before the art room, but that's okay. There she is, Robin. Hey, Robin. Oh, Athena? Apollo. What are you watching there? Heh. Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had a bit of I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Prof. Mean sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to take a look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Heh, sure. I'll tell you anything you want. W-A-N-T. About your confession today. Why do you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right. The end justifies the means. So you're a follower Prof. Means too. Prof. Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Prof. Courtier. I like them B-O-T-H. She brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist. That's what I really want, man. But no, my parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor. But if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Talk about someone who literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right, you made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Both of them. Why are you sweating? This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making the statues at that time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both Hugh and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m., but neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Prof. Courtier? Have there been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? Heh, no worries there. I discussed the matter with Prof. Courtier some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. But just today I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow, they must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this and this by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Aw, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please? Pretty, please? Stage costume related evidence taken in classic and justifies the means style. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? Sounds like a new lead. Or it's just scuttlebutt. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body. But rumor has it grades were being bought and sold through this surveillance network. That's bribery. The situation at Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. While all of this is important stuff, I still want to ask about that thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Okay. I'm guessing you want me to present this. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what this is? What? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense. That has to be one of Prof. Courtier's creations, man. Prof. Courtier? Artistic sense? Prof. Courtier's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very electric. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Prof. Courtier's works, wasn't it? The statue in that photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Prof. Courtier had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall, heh. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try to fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state? You bet! Just look at the wild silhouette. Wow, it's so C-U-T-E. I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Athena, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage? Oh right, I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed. Maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it did in this photo. But what in the world was it doing on the stage? Or maybe Prof. Courtier just couldn't put it back together properly. Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at the school have their own built-in computer, you know? Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Alright. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you all for coming. Oh, that sounds like Prof means. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I, too, could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teachers' speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself, she had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Oh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and the witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Faculty seat, Prof. Courtier, faculty seat, Professor Means. Those are the faculty seats. Prof. Means and Prof. Courtier were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Lecture hall diagram added to the court record. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty. Aw, that was me. Could you tell? Objection! A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow. I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo? But you... Oh, whoops. But you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true, I shouted. You're a goner. But I didn't mean it. You're a goner. Wow, what an emotional performance. She'd put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? Mm-hmm, very necessary. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true, I shouted, you're a goner. But... Stop! Did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Time to show Robin a piece of evidence that links the line we just heard to the case. Right here. I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner. The voices and the performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice is on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. They didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for the court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. No, why? Prof means credo is the end justifies the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. Allow me to assist you with that. Prosecutor Gavin, at least make some kind of noise so we know you're here. It's go big or go home with Rockstar entrances, Ferlin. The timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be alright? Very much so, thanks. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something we could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I'd find. Hopefully. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation. I see, very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today. Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it will be getting dark soon, so... Junie, you must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait! You have to listen to me. I don't. I don't want to hear any more. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery, and we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. What was that? Wait, Athena. My bracelet just reacted. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? But why? Something tells me Hugh is causing trouble normally. Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? None of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone? Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Now I'm sure of it. She's lying. Perception time. Hugh is a gifted student. Okay. Listen again. Thought I saw this moving. I don't know how that would be a tell, but gonna try it.
Gotcha.
Oh, coughing. Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me, no matter how hard you try. When you said, "and never causes trouble," a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret about me? I don't understand. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Zen and the art of mastering the bar exam. Chill law, corporate law, criminal law. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like she thinks she is. He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means he must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her the snitch. You were Prof. Courtier's snitch, weren't you? There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I heard they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all back to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to the case. This one?
Take that!
I'm relieved to see you're coming around. You see, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Juniper's one cool customer, Athena. Wait, I don't think that was the right piece of evidence. Whatever you show me won't change the fact that I've already told you all I know. I must have something that proves Junie is the snitch and Hugh's connection to the case. I really thought that was it. What else could I show her? Maybe just the planner? Routine report, need to speak with Hugh. Meet with Hugh about that report. Prep for mock trial. Meet with Mr.
Take that!
We'll see. Right here in Prof. Courtier's planner it says, routine report. Oh, that does make sense. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch would report into Prof. Courtier. I also believe Prof. Courtier planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. Okay, that makes sense. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put two and two together and figured out your secret. So, you see, it all makes sense, only if you're the snitch, Junie. Sniffle. Ah, forgive me. Forgive me, Athena. I... I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected Hugh from the start. You did? Now this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I've talked about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does. But I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And it's intensely is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Apollo, please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Prof. Courtier had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. The dark ages of the law, huh? She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. But few others at the academy shared her view. Dang. I thought her ideas were beautiful though, sad and unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about. And that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd, was part of that? Yes, that's when I reported Hugh to Prof. Courtier. She snitched on her own friend? I had accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores? I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. He was buying his way through school, and if that's the case, you know what? I'm not surprised at all. Then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about the secret. Let's see. Oh, now we show this. We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. What's more, take a look at this mark. That same mark is on the pages of Prof. Courtier's planner. Hey, you're right. Wait, but why would Prof. Courtier have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was? Oh. Hopefully not. It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Prof. Courtier. But, that is impossible. She'd be my last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anyone would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected Hugh. You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason? I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial. Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his oh, Thena. Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood.
Well, his hands were dripping with blood. What? But why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer, but my mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? Hugh, he's... I can't take this anymore. Thena. So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junie. It must have been terrible holding all of that in, but it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. If that's okay with you, Prof. Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery, and shall be looking forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me. Thena, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry. We already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is fake. And thanks to you, we figured out the motive, too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I won't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it. You know, I always feel like there's an uneasy feeling before a trial starts. But we gotta shake those feelings out and continue on and prove Juniper innocent. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept. For a grand total of 0 hours. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one of the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Who's there? Wait! Sounds like a box to me. Did you see who it was? No. I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. Really? I thought it sounded like a box and I thought it was gonna be Scuttlebutt again. I wonder if he saw our hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Box Girl were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes and I'm fine. court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well? Isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anyone, understood? Your baldness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can change them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity that that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measurement of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work after all his body parts with all his body parts intact. But if that's the case, then what will we... The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from art room to stage. And I mean to prove it here this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said, but what else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding is this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the bloodstain. Blood was then found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below. That goes against my theory of them using the banner to hoist the body down and breaking everything because they went so fast. You know, I bet that blood was put there on purpose. And though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage. But there's no proof of that. We're just thinking that because of the mock trial. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone would have... Oh, whoops. Anyone could have moved the body that way. Objection. Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either. Why you... Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it is time for you to come forth. Heh. Ahem. Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor. I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday, I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? Nah. What's he up to now? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now, your testimony, please. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. But you couldn't because there's literally a wall there. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client. Ugh. Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible. To protect the student who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they'd used it? Oh, there's plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. Ugh. It sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possibility link to this case. We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. Alright. I wanna go to this one. Is there something that shows the metal gate? This one does. Okay, let's try this.
Objection!
Oh, no? Okay. I feel like I'm going in the right order, or not right, I'm going in the right direction, wrong order. So, let's see what we can do here. That's when I saw Juniper Dragon. Oh, there we go. Maybe... There. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. Maybe it was just the wrong statement.
Objection!
Okay, yeah, just wrong statement. So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the student setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here? Why, yes, in fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest. Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it is to the right of the stage, it should be right here. But from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my! But the screen would have been completely in the way. My thoughts exactly. That's right, therefore the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Huh. Youch. Order, order. Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? The screen. Right. It must have slipped my mind. What? Are you telling me Mr. Genius forgot something as literally big as that? Well, he's been buying all of his test scores. Something tells me he's not a genius at all. There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal, everyday brain fart already? Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory? Heh, that's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen. You are testifying that our client was behind the stage? But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Huh, youch! Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Alright, Golden Boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
But then the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes. His view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at the photo again. Do you think... something on the other side of the screen, something high enough to see the stage. The crane. No way, this crane right here. But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither. But it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the dead body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember you promised. Humph. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. Ugh. What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. he was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? That is very weird. The witness, I object to the prosecutor's last statement. You definitely don't have a license to operate a crane. There's no proof I ever operated that crane. Actually, there just may be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep, as the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. Can we clearly identify the person in this photo as the witness by examining? His fingerprints, his neck, his hobby. Which one? Kinda wanna go for fingerprints because of, what Junie said to us, but his fingerprints aren't in frame. His neck is in frame. I don't think his hobby has anything to do with it, so let's try this. The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Yes, why, you can see it right there, but then, are you saying you mean to... Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. Are you a disgrace of a man? Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck. Got him cornered. Guess I have no choice. What the heck is that? Oh my. So where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only one like it in the world. Well, it sure looks like a neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? Heh, you are one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment is no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. But you're too young to have a license. Pretty sure that's illegal. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? Exactly. Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so, you know. You're actually 20 and you failed a bunch of your grades, and that is why you're cheating on all your tests now, isn't it?
Objection!
Let us dispense with this in inane charade, Golden Boy. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't. High school seniors are 19 at most. Thus, they fail to complete their requirements. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please. Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. That's such a long time. Wait, come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment document. Thus, all right there. Youch. 25? You mean a 25-year-old? A 7-year break, 7 years. I've just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take. But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Heh, even geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. I think we could. Considering the body was moved in the same manner as the script, which we still don't know, there's no proof about that, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the same time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor. Yes, Miss Sykes? I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. A little conjecture has never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to... Move the screen, move yourself, move the body. Move the screen, move yourself, or move the body. Screen, yourself, or body. Well, the screen was already there. He's literally in the crane, so it's only the body. The body was just like it was in the script. So it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter, save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Heh, watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this. Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain? You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I have already verified this with the hospital treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So how did you get hurt? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery, such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. Now I'm the fool. I'd planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. Ugh. And here I thought this was the big break I've been waiting for. Now that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of the 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See? I've been paying attention. Well done, your baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat, ergo, it was she who moved the body. Does she know how to use a crane? Well, I think you were on the right track, Athena. You do? Yeah, Juniper reminds the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per her script. So, as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But... Oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? I already have a way. I've had a way this whole time. Miss Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it, and if you do not, it is time for the verdict. Isn't it that correct, your baldness?
Objection!
No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show the mat had nothing to do with this case. There is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is evidence. Tisk, you don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and a creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved, without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it down without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Someone could have easily used that thing. Oh yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do is show the tiniest thread of a possibility. The mat and the ball cart weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Professor Blackwell. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed the students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This isn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
Objection!
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And the pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried? Well, go on. Please explain. The body was bundled into a pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat. I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying?
Objection!
I've no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd high wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. You know, I really think that somebody just planted that blood there. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the blood-stained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case. Oh, haha, the blood-stained pottery, I remember that. This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been the victim's blood. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, Sykes Dono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Yeah, he didn't check, did he? Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. Don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackwell. Everybody makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your baldness. I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. Oh my, that was quick. We're history if it turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please let it be someone else's. Is it maybe O'Connor's because he has the injury? Nah. It seems the blood is not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Knew it. Score. Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Then Junie saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade. But do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Sykes-Dono, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever. Now, how much dirt does he have on Hugh? The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found. Miss Scuttlebutt? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from all of us. Let's see here. My word! Talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed, you can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who could have been told the correct way to open it was Constance Courtier. You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes. Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that. The blood on the blade is the witness's. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script, and paid for his foolishness. Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any basis to deny the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that. You call yourself a lawyer? Heh. Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out. Heh, and you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. It seems you have forgotten the two statues that were on stage right below the wire. A body sent sliding down, the wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain why? Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. So the body would have collided with the statues. Well, that explains why they were broken. What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Speaking of the statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that would explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room. Oh, now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard that sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when Precisely. If that sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial. Oof, which means the body would have been there before the mock trial started. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's going to get me and our case killed. The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Well, maybe that's not exactly true. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case. Maybe we have a rocky foundation, then. Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So, should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Ack. Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side. I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If the case really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eye and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know. I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth, and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes! Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? You what? I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again, and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry. Yes, we've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Order. The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner. Indeed, that much I shall concede, Sykes Dono. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then? Humph. If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our three suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right. All three suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis. Humph. How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Oh no, how could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Oh, hehehe, Juniper was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the auto control room dealing with the music. Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. Eek, no! Why yes, I see, that does make perfect sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie is even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. And there I thought Prosecutor Blackquill was on our side, at least on this issue. The Twisted Samurai strikes again. Tisk, twisted. It's more like dirty rotten. Humph, your baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes? Apollo, what are you going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Nyet. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Ugh, poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be... Objection. Well, I object to... Heh. Heh heh heh. Ha 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 ha. Stop right there. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. This better be good. Listen, and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect? Crime? Wait. This is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor. You already confessed yesterday, then earlier today recanted your confession. As if you mouth-breathers could comprehend my genius. The end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection.
Says the person trying to eat his own bow. Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bared for all those to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind the crime. Ah! There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi. For you were at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this. And you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. Hugh doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily, while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Now, do I actually believe this? I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird. Especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me, and the prosecution. Your baldness summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark, raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict. You people don't believe me? It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want your genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this?
Objection!
Widget's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to contradict a short therapy session. Your better judgment? I'm a judge, and it's far beyond mine. Yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackwell? The prosecutor said rubbish. We will be out on a stroll. Then left with Detective Fulbright. How does he get away with stuff like that? Then I'll interpret that as meaning as he has no explicit objections. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. Honestly, same here. Alright. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. You know what? I want to probe this one. Because he seems to kind of be against Juniper at this point. Courtier. What's causing happiness? I don't know. Actually, why is Juniper in this to begin with? Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. Actually, yeah, why would you be happy that she's innocent? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Prof. Courtier. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing, and one thing only, the truth. Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you... I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Does he love her? Actually, no. Let's not think about that. He's a lot older than we originally thought. Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back. The confession was not but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Gah, why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it, heh? Either we quit here and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My double did. I slipped out stealthily. Well, yeah. Why do I keep saying body when it says double? My double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Actually, why is this one so quiet? That means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. Actually, wouldn't he be happy about that? Oops. There. I didn't almost lose, you said. Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time except during this statement. Uh, you don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it... No, don't. You're making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall, it was during Prof. Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall, behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Sykes don't know. How much longer will you indulge him in his charade? Well, it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. The faculty seats on the balconies are a different story, and have a splendid view. Heh, I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side when facing the front hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Prof. Courtier, and as we all know, she was already... That can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. It's supposed to be Prof. Means on that side.
Take that!
I've no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where it takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Prof. Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during this pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. Gah, no, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. It doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's have you testify again, and this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. The second floor was deserted. Why won't you believe me? It's true, I tell you. I went out through the back door without anyone noticing. Then all I had to do was go through the empty audio control room. Wait, would it have been empty at that point? Wait, what would I do here? Maybe just the sadness, I guess. It's the only one that's actually showing. I detect powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad. Ugh, you horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Prof. Means finished his speech. And that someone was in the audio control room was, well, Juniper, of course. I know you realized there was problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Hugh's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwell. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict. Yeah. Ah, he broke out of his shackles again. You know, that trick's old by now. I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. Hugh O'Connor, in defense to your valor, I will limit your suffering to one clean blow. Could you wait just a moment before you cut him down?
Silence.
Do not come... Eek! I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Humph. Very well, golden boy may live. For now. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. Heh, but what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. And don't forget me. Though, in all fairness, it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius at first, but that stuff he said was crazy. Ugh. No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It's all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery. So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea. All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone, Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect 0. Hugh. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to keep her, or not keep her, if you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the one who told me to tell the truth yesterday. So I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us? It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there was something that could help me prove that to Hugh. Heh, we even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. I know. What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only one like it in the world. Is that their proof of friendship? Really? Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Ho ho! How very interesting. And chic. If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he is pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other two. It doesn't matter if I swear, if those two.
Objection!
But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship. Where they're easy to touch, where they're hard to spot, they aren't wearing them now. I don't think it's this one. It's either easy to touch or hard. Probably hard to spot. Actually, no. Easy to touch because he keeps touching his. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies, really. On her arm. Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad. Ugh. 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 Ah. Ah.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
So how do they put them on and take them off?
Hugh!
Ah,
Hey, Hugh!
This is sweet.
and to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
I didn't kill anyone. And I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. And it may look like I'm speed reading Zen and the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. Hugh. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie, so yes, you can place your trust in me. Then, am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. Humph. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer a turnabout variety myself. Now, we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. I'm sure it matters. Huh? Does this mean further resistance is futile? The time for a verdict is nigh.
Objection!
But the balcony was still empty. Please wait. Something tells me my feeling of Professor Means being the killer, it makes the most sense right now. What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Well, I've found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty, which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is Aristotle Means. The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So, basically, Prof Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech.
Objection!
I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now, let me explain how a speech could have been from an empty seat. It was given from hiding, given later, pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way. The speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. I knew it. Wait, are you accusing Prof Means? That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. Oh. He faked evidence. What? Really? Wait a sec. He's behind everything. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Prof Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantial allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, who could have seen this development? I was kind of thinking that it was gonna go this way eventually. It's just taken a really long time. The voice shouting "You're a goner," as recorded on this tape, was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Why, this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Prof Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, then Prof Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Prof Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence.
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Prof Means and see whether this empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now, here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Prof. Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. I agree. Prof. Means should be here in the gallery today. Humph. Do as you please. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome an opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this? Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes. We need to find some sort of evidence that shows the speech was pre-recorded. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Alright. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh no, I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Humph. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair. The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adult. Ah, you there. Wake up. Pay attention. Huh? Eek! I'm awake, I'm awake. Isn't that right, Your Honor? Huh? What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, you see? Once again, our pure white lady justice will be watching over all of you today. Pay attention, and you may make a difference one day. Now let the mock trial begin. There's a mistake. The Lady Justice is gold, not white. In the video, anyway. We know where the white one is. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase, bored to tears. Listen, Sykes Dono. If you have subjected me to this epic, Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. Eek! But you were asleep the whole time. Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech? I very much did. Could I please hear that last part again? Once again, our pure Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. There, I finally found what we needed. Prof. Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this? The professor said the pure white Lady Justice would be watching over them. But the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's a gold. It's as gold can be. I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that. To test its authenticity? Authenticity? Authenticity. Having troubles with that word. I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that the statue is pure white. But it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement. Oh well, that's a shame on every account. Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one. Meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if he'd be present. Exactly. It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
Objection!
Was it? The statue in the middle of the room, how could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in the balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answers long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait. There's gotta be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. How do you figure out how long it was? Easy. There's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes on the 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I seen this same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. I don't remember 10 minutes or whatever it is. 6 and 8. It's 2 hours. Photo. 120. Burnt. 601, 603. The results of the voice recording analysis. Does the voice shouting "You're a goner" belong to Juniper Woods? Result: the voice is a match. Testing is underway regarding signs of post-recording editing. The tape was about 10 minutes 35 seconds of noise requiring further testing. There we go. I would like the court to take a look at this. And this is the voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise. Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Prof. Means begins his speech? That would be exactly 10. Now, let's fast forward his long-winded exercise of boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video stamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right, subtract 10 minutes and you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Prof means pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of number.
Objection!
Is it though? But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far they've found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not gonna get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Sykes. I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offer to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened. All I've stated are obvious deductions derived by evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. Prof means always say what I mean and mean what I say, by all means. That's what you keep saying. I don't believe it. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it, because it's the humane thing to do. I don't believe you one bit. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consensual of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her own friends innocent. Her two friends, the witnesses? Correct, Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor to that end. Humph. You, no doubt, had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth, if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now in the defense of justice, order and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I am so sick of hearing that phrase. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth. If it's victory you seek, steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Sykes-Dono? Is something the matter? This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify the situation. No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity a secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi during the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it, because it's the humane thing to do. Well, if that's the case... Oh, whoops. Sorry, wrong button. Let me just get back on track. I meant to press E, not R. Why are they right beside each other? Okay, come on. Get back. Yeah, run into the core. He's a total pro. He's not getting away with this. Alright. Humane thing to do. See, you say that. Oh, it's Q&E. Still very close together. If that's the case, then why did you record something to frame her after the fact?
Objection!
So, let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. Ha! That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles. Your Honor, it is an outrage. Miss Sykes, will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise, involved. I simply did that out of kindness. How is it kind?
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it was incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Why, you dare call me my teachings and methods lies? Oh my goodness. Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Huh? Professor Means, what's with your hair? Quiet, no talking in class. Ow! Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes. Huh? Oh, here? Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean, here. Fool. The proper response is here, without any extraneous information. Ouch, I mean here. Next, Your Honor. Here? C-Class? That's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell. I said, Simon Blackwell, are you here or not? There's always one, isn't there? Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Absent. Now, get out of my class this instant. Get out? Very well, if that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free from his shackles. Wow! Ha ha ha. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinary committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pet, what a malleable mutt you are, fool Bright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinary. Yen. Alright. Class is now in session. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache? Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
Objection!
But Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. Athena, you disappoint me so. You think to label me as a murderer? Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. And I was already at home by that time. So how could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
Prof means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time? Can you prove that I was still at school? No, I can't. Hehehe, so you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate. Ew. No way, man! I totally object. Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies. Why, you? How dare you talk to your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now, I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Prof Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on stage after the last bell. Right. And it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished. Prof Means was still at school? This is incredibly important testimony. The professor told me, I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd made both statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin. Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head of honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Yeah! And who's in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course. Only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Yeah! Nurse! Where's a school nurse when you need one? It would seem Sykes Dono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff quick as lightning. Very well. Then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lesson begin in second period. Prepare to be served. Old school style. What does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please. This is hilarious. Now pay attention, Robin. Took 1/2 of a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She says so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so, too. Don't try to deny it now. That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Oh, right. The professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? I, it would probably take me at least twice as long. So, personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short a time. Gah, that didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. I personally think he grabbed the remnants of the White statue and just put it under the tarp. Now, pay attention, Robin. It took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30. Okay, so if I think the white statue was under the tarp, how can I prove that? The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Well, she saw two tarps. Which, sure, I'll agree with that for now. Completing the statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. But you also had to leave the stage to commit the murder, so... Why were you in such a hurry? In the legal word, your body is your in the legal word, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the word. Worm. That's why I get out of bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Right. Grr. Well, ready to concede that I never left the stage? Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? Yes, I accept it, or not on your life, Buster. You know, even though not on your life, Buster is way more fun to say, I'll accept it for now. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. Tisk, I guess I concede. What? Don't concede, just accept that part. Because we can't really prove anything against it. And think of a way to say that the other thing was under the sheet instead. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I concede that Prof means never left the stage. Gahahaha, that's right. But what took you so long? Maybe he didn't need to leave the stage. I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed the crime. Maybe he left the stage at 8:30 like he said, but he didn't go home. He actually went up and committed the crime. I'm not gonna give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena? You've thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet. Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors? Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. It's a time like these when it seems like there's no way out and you have to... Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Prof Means could have gotten to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit murder without going there. It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. And I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if it'll distract her. Gah, who brought the bird to school? Psych, Stono. If I hear one more word out of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts? If I accept the premise that the professor was on stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we've got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the suspect, the murder weapon, or the crime scene. Okay, not the suspect. I think the murder weapon's pretty obvious. Could the crime scene be different? Well, I guess if he never left the stage, and we're assuming that he's the murderer, and the fact that you can, like, we have proof that you can use the banners to hoist up to the art room and stuff like that. But then, why would that happen? I don't know. The crime scene. If Proth Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sykes-Dono? Okay, the murder was actually committed here. I guess on the stage?
Take that!
The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. Silly girl! When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood, if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on stage, really. But there was something on stage at the time of the murder. That's now bloodstained. Well, this was the only thing bloodstained.
Take that!
It's true. There were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this. The school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed. Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence.
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes more sense than not. Gahahaha. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You'll all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do? If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. Could it be the other banner? All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood. The other banner.
Take that!
Why? It looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the Gavineers banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It would have easily absorbed most of the blood, like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have soaked through the school banner below. So the murder really did never take place in the art room. He probably took the soaked banner and just, like, squeezed it out onto the floor or something. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it. Ah! Ugh. So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it. The Gavineers banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there. Do something.
Silence.
Oh, hey, no, I did not make this cap by myself. Oh, thank you for the follow. No, I didn't make the cap myself. It's a free VTuber studio asset. Thanks for the follow and everything. Stono, you are learning to wield a blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. No, it isn't a custom-made one. It's from, VTube Studio. They have a bunch of, free model assets. Thanks for the question. But why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim?
Objection!
I see, so what are we doing here? Oh, I'm playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney right now. I'm playing through the Apollo Ace Attorney trilogy. And we're on episode 3 of the second game, Turnabout Academy. We're trying to prove Athena Sykes' friend Juniper Woods innocent. And we're pretty much sure that the teacher did it at this point. We're just trying to make sure it was truly him and prove him as guilty. The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room.
Take that!
To think you'd stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gavinir's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Gagua! I love the sounds they make. Order. This is quite a development. To think the body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that loud crash that you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it? Good question. I don't quite know yet. I hadn't thought about that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, then what was it indeed? The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. Oh, the white statue. But then I thought that was underneath the tarp to make it look like a complete statue, and it just wasn't. I guess he did truly complete that statue in a mere hour and a half or whatever it was. Very impressive. I'll give him that. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was the Lady Justice. Ah, that statue. Yes, I believe it was this statue that broke the other two, not Prof. Courtier's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure White Lady Justice from earlier. Prof. Courtier accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. But she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence.
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming. You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Prof. Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to hide the body, point us to the body, interrupt the mock trial. Well, I think it would probably be to point us to the body. Prof. Means used this pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. Gah! That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. Hehehehe. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. By the way, what type of art do you do? Do I see the tag there? Oh, I must have left that on from a couple streams ago. I was drawing some stickers for my cosplay cards. I'm going to a convention just this Friday coming up, and I was drawing a lot of the stickers on stream. But my usual art medium is creating cosplay. Uh, Prof means always means what he says and says what he means by all means. Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting. The murder occurred the night before. The body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage until they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time? That can be explained by, if the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. Yeah, I do cosplays. My lineup for the convention this weekend is... Well, I have two cosplays from Chainsaw Man. I have Reze for Friday, and then I have Power, both her work outfit and her more casual outfit for Saturday. The casual one more for the dance that's happening later that night. And then I have Kita from Bochi the Rock on Sunday. I got into competitions and stuff and have been doing that for a few years now, but I just started school at the start of this year, so I couldn't really get a competition piece together, so 3 more sort of casual cosplays this year, and then I'm gonna be working on a modern China Miku to compete in for next year. So, I'm very excited about that. Anyway, and of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. Eaten to the pulp. Nope, we are not eating an orange. Beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far. Think of a hybrid character? Not a bad idea. I haven't really thought of any hybrid characters, though. Maybe I'll think about that. Gah, ha 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 ha. Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and always will be. What if you do a hybrid of cat and a human being? You know what? I've always wanted to do a cat hybrid character, but I've never really found a character in anime or anything else that I've kind of liked enough. And yeah, I guess I could just create my own character, but I don't know. I'm definitely creative enough to do that, but I just like sticking to pre-created characters, I guess. But maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll just create my own little cat character. Just wait a minute. Oh, I've been doing tier 3 VTuber model, which is the hybrid of wolf and human. Have the 30 pages backloaded. I don't know if I would write lore or anything. I think I would just design what a character would look like. Not the greatest at writing. I feel like that's where my creativity really stops, is when it comes to writing. Which is why I'm so interested in games like these, because this stuff has great writing. Poor Juniper, she must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. Ugh. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. You know what? I tried. It was hard to go straight to you because there was other people who had a possibility of being the murderer too, you know? Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco. Ah! You know what? It was a fiasco, but it isn't entirely my fault. Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I would have to really think on it. Ah! I like how I answered your question right before screaming. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner, the end in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I've failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer, and even study psychology. Athena, you are so close. Don't give up now. Come on. Yes, there was a fiasco of you almost putting her friend behind bars, but, we're past that, we're over that, just move on. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to live that all over again? Ugh. Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, relax, Athena, breathe. Oh, she definitely has some PTSD about something. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Oh shit, she's having a panic attack. Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you, like I said I would. You leave Athena alone, man. She's the one who saved me. It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against Hugh. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. Huh? What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Thena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Thena. And I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe, and I don't know what to do.
Silence.
Stop your bleeding this instant. You look like an utter fool. Dude, I'm pretty sure she's having a panic attack. Back off! Prosecutor Blackwell? There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you-know-who. She's literally shaking. And you're laughing. Gah! You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers, for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, I'm sure you'll find it. Now, let me see your smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to face their biggest smiles. Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. This is new. Prof Courtier wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from where else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along the lines and see where it takes us. First up, where did Prof Means remove the body from its hidden place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Prof Means could have removed the body from its hiding places during the mock trial. The body was moved during the mock trial. Okay, this is just reminding me of Danganronpa now. It was during the mock trial specifically. During the speech. Prof Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically the white statue. During the mock trial, Prof Means wrapped the White Lady Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? It doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be a place. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished, but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up. Oh my god, are you telling me she was under the tarp where the Phoenix Wright statue was? Where it wasn't completely completed? So wasn't the white statue taking up the rest of the room underneath the tarp? It was her? That's crazy. But it didn't drop undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect there was a hidden body inside. What was already on stage and capable of concealing a body? The Wright statue. The body was hidden by Wright statue. Oh, I know. The Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside. And that's why he wasn't discovered at the scene of the crime on stage, because he put her where the Wright statue was and then sent the white statue down the, well, pretty much a zip line, and it bumped her out and onto the stage. Wow. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside. Cleverly disguised it as the boss's statue. Well, as a VTuber, this is just you go with the hybrid one though, and I can help you out with in riggings and toggles types of stuff though. I appreciate the offer, but not gonna lie, very much broke college student at this point. And I'm kind of not really ready to switch from this model quite yet. Thanks for the offer, though. Miss Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Prof Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was. Something so impressive that it didn't seem real.
Objection!
'Cause it wasn't. No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work. The murder of Prof Courtier. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? I second that. What? Now this is getting interesting. Was it not interesting before? Yeah, I know everyone can use it. But I'm fine with that for now. And I'm glad you're good to be here. Hope you're enjoying the story. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo. Time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm going to pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? It is not a bad idea. I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. Okay. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like a statue of Mr. Wright or what? Looks like some random person to me. Weren't the statues a pair of busts? Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the top of his head. Forget the hair. The statue head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it. The hands. Her arms were raised over her head, and there were dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrists indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No. Besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Prof. Courtier's wrists are tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given her hands are tied? I wanna say an objection pose, but that doesn't seem right. Behind my head, behind my back. Let's go with behind the head. I think that would make the most sense. Maybe that would help with the spiky hair or something. Apollo, tie both of my hands behind my head. See? This makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I can't help think you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. Oh! The arrow! What did the victim's body have that you don't? The arrow. Alright, there was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. No! What, are you crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido. I'm not even gonna try and say that other word. Alright. I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. The fatal arrow to the side. The spiky hair created from 2 hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with the cloth. And remember, to make the arrow stand out, okay? Alright. Yeah, no, that looks about right. Mommy, the arm's too short. Shh. Remember your indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But, what else could you have used for the arm? Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all, she's put me through. She owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly fatal. Or painful. Wait. Painful. Yikes, I guess I'd better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Prof Courtier was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Prof Means. If it wasn't immediate, she must have used something close at hand in this little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like what? Like that right now? Oh, okay, hold on. Please, 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 please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm on the Mr. Wright statue is really this right here. Let's see. The first thing my brain goes to is the staff. It's the only long thing in this picture. Oh, please be right.
Take that!
Oh, the music's died down. Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright. This is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo. Hehehe. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. Staff? This is a spear of great legal warrior. Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
Guess that works? It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's that famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I'd know that pose anywhere. We did it, didn't we? Ha 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 ha. Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark, if that was the case. Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. To prove that his spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is this. Examine the spear for prints. See if it's a staff or spear. Test the spear for blood. Well, I think this is pretty obvious. We had assumed the victim's gagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of blood on the traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, brief recess, if you will? By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you. Humph. Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Bathroom detail? Really? Retake bar exam? No. 30% salary cut? Really? The dismissal? Come on. You got better than that. Well, seems like he needs a dentist. Prosecutor Blackquill, what has become of your witness, Aristotle Means? It is as Sykes Dono suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to this heinous crime, all of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great, he'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? Humph. I can barely make out a word he said on account to his shattered teeth. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? I eventually had him put pen to paper. It turns out Prof. Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. Makes sense? That led to her to question him at length the day of the killing. Right there on that stage. The result, the heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script, and thus framed the defendant. But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Prof. Courtier's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed, once upon a time, Prof. Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This, too, was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Courtier was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think the professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the future step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant Juniper Woods not guilty. Finally. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory. Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference. Proudly serve Prof. Courtier's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. Court is adjourned. Thank you, Thena. I really mean it. Ha 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 ha. It was really nothing. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You look pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Haha, don't mention it. The way you were always there for Thena when she was in a bind. And at the detention center, where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Oh boy, I think she has a crush on him now. Thanks, Juniper, that means a lot to me. But I still have lots of work to do, and I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench. I promise I'll get there someday. That's why, until that day, I'll... Guys, I've got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay. I think so. What's the big news? The school festival. It was supposed to have been cancelled after what happened, but we just got a call. In memory of Prof. Constance Courtier, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? Alright. Concert time! Concert time! Festivals are amazing. Oh. Are we good? The Wi-Fi I think is getting a little spotty again. Wow, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. Teehee. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Ah, your singing voice, Juniper. It could melt my H-E-A-R-T. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Haha. Just remember the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win. Although, Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how it used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. Really? Interesting. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and Hugh won? Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Blackheart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you. Huh? Oh, is he going to do what I think he is? Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been? Huh? Best friends? Hugh, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial. Whoops. Listen here, you too, Robin, Miriam. Me too? Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to science. I've been thinking. It's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age, where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet. And what about your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey! No talking about me behind my back. So, what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word. And so, after some light arm wrestling, Apollo promised to bring me... Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Huh? Even now those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? He left? Well, I guess we'll find out next episode. Alright. Well, that's the end of the stream. I'll see you all tomorrow for episode 4. I think it's short enough that we could probably get it done in one episode or one stream, I mean. Let me just check. Yeah, we could probably get that done in a stream. So the next episode is the Cosmic Turnabout, episode 4. So I'll see you all tomorrow. And then I'll be off to Icon for the weekend. I hope to see some of you there maybe. But bye bye for now. See y'all later.